Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Chocks are on. Cockpit to ground. Connect to ground power. Ground power connected.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, on this glorious, happy Veterans Day here. To all of those who've served out there, to include myself, hey, thank you for the service you do. And to the families that support you, thank you as well, being on both sides of that fence. But thank you dearly, veterans, for protecting us, sacrificing all that you do with very little in return. So thank you so much to the veterans out there, those with us, and prayers for those that true heroes that have gone on before us. Welcome to Flying with Mike this Veterans Day. We're sitting at MacDill Air Force Base. We'll go ahead and let you see what's planned for today. We have the partial E4. I say that. The actual mod that's out there would convert the nose to what you'd more adaptly call the E4. I just like this version. It's simple. Why mess it up? Felis did such a great job. Why go into Plane Maker? Granted, under a different folder, but still, it just looks great this way. If you'll excuse me, we are in E4. However, we're not going to put all the little special stuff on it. But anyway, again, we're at MacDill. Just a little lay of the land for those familiar. If I've got it right, over in the general direction of the skyscrapers to your right is Tampa International. Further, as we pan left, you'd come to St. Petersburg. And then, let's see here, across the bay, in that general direction would be Sarasota. Kind of give you the lay of the land. You heard all of this a few weeks ago about a hurricane in the area. That's what we flew in the KC-46 with relief supplies, and we're going to go out with the E4A. Now, these were flying command posts. Now, not to be mistaken with the ones that flew during the Cold War. Now, they, I think, did fly latter part of the Cold War, the same missions. Basically, they're the airborne command system should the worst happen. Meaning, they had the ability to do what was necessary if, like I said, the worst things happened. So I really racked my mind over what to fly on Veterans Day. Everyone's going to be going to DC, maybe Pearl Harbor, maybe into Europe. And I'm thinking, where would be a great place to go? Well, so we're going to head to Offutt Air Force Base up in Nebraska, home of the Strategic Air Command. Now, many of you listening to my voice are going, what's the Strategic Air Command? Also nicknamed SAC, SAC, Sierra Alpha Charlie. They were the deterrent nuclear during the Cold War. They were that machine the president called on to do the unthinkable if it had to be done. And flying command posts like this made sure it delineated out. So a little bit trying to keep it simple, but yet let you understand, because I'm going to tell you, the generation born right on the turn of the century have no idea what SAC is. Don't even know what TAC is. Do not know what MAC was, because they all changed in the 90s. And we had an additional command come online later on because of the reasoning why people before them delineated the forces the way they did to the Global Strike Command, which you might as well call it SAC, although not held to the high standards SAC placed upon all of its personnel, from the highest general all the way down to the lowest airman. Everyone was at their peak in SAC, and actually TAC. Little less, but for the most part, they too were up. I'm not going to talk about MAC. So that's where we're at. It's Veterans Day. It doesn't matter what branch you served in. And I think we've even extended it out to first responders, which that's fine by me. I mean, they're front lines, homeland. Yeah, I will at least extend it out. Thank you all for your service. So, all right, let's get this show on the road. We haven't, as you heard, done much. Why? Oh, I'm going to try something today, and it's a little unusual for me with this bird. No, they're still there. I heard people, oh, really? Gonna try something new? No, we're not going there. Y'all know the reasons why. We're not getting into them again. All right, so let's get in and get our feet dirty, hands dirty here, and get this plane ready to go. Pre-brief real quick. Yes, by the way, we are online at MacDill. You can see everybody's starting to come online. And like I said, there are going to be a lot of flights headed for Washington. I really just couldn't think of a great place to go. So I thought, you know what? Why not SAC? So we went to SAC. No, we didn't go to Minot where the rest of that would have gone. Why not Minot? That's a possibility too. But I think we'll enjoy the flight. All right, so today, weather-wise out of MacDill, we're not even going to look at the loadout, folks, because it's way off. For a second thought I saw freezing rain. I'm like, really? In Tampa? We had that. Oh, I did see Frisrano. I'm leaving that, folks, because I know it's not true, or it's at least not what I'm thinking it is. All right, winds are 110 at 3. We'll call them basically calm. That may help us. 10-mile visibility clear, 28 degrees outside, 21 dew point. Beautiful day here. No significant weather in the area. Great for the cleanup. Sorry your Veterans Day here in Tampa is fraught with cleanup, but it is up here in St. Louis too from all the flooding last week. All right, up in Omaha. Now, this was not the blizzard country, at least that I have heard of last week or last weekend. But the winds are gusty out of the north, 7 to gusting up to 12. So it's going to be a little fun. 10 miles. Looks like a beautiful day. So let's just crawl up and get going. Again, our route looks pretty much just draw a line from Tampa to Omaha, and that's what we're going to do. So, or actually, probably more to like Lincoln, and then we'll swing it in for the landing. And you can see we have ATC. You know, one of those fun areas to get to is Tampa and Orlando. They sit right on the border. You never know, do I really have controllers or not? I'm thinking Tampa is Miami, Orlando is Jacksonville. However, they have approach and all of that up there, so not worried about it. We're over here. Although a lot of rain up here. I wonder if this if it's that tropical system in the Gulf, Roberto or something like that, uh, kicking the rain inland like that. So don't know. Haven't really checked the charts much lately. To me, hurricane season ends at the end of October. Um, Even though they want to continue it on because the hurricanes continue because things change and we're slow to catch up. So, all right, so here we go. There's the route. I'll put it in the chat for y'all, and I hope y'all enjoy. Again, thank you for your service, service members of all branches and first response. We sure appreciate you, and thank you. Thank you kindly for your sacrifice uh, for this nation. All right, like I said, we're going to try something a little new. So I'm just going to get over here, get the plane checked out real quick. Real quick for those out there, bear with me. I've got a new command. I don't like the title on it. So I have to always look. Oh, I know what I did wrong. All right, so please keep this in mind. I'm really not trying to be rude if I miss your comments. A lot goes on in these old birds to get them going. And so I could be distracted for quite a while. Bringing up something to try to help. Hang on. Nice to see Duluth fly up and flying. There we go. All right, so I've got my chat running on my phone. Hopefully that'll help trigger me in seeing you. And I thought my phone was turned down. I was wrong. There we go. All right. So again, I'm going to get into this real kind of quick like and see what we can do here to get off the ground quicker. And I'll explain a few things along the way. What I'm setting up here is for when we check our glide slope and localizer, get a frequency in here for the ILS. I'm also going to double check we don't have any, and I do see we do. So we do have some kind of a departure. I'll see if it's relevant to us and all when we get to that point. But for now, the flight engineer has boarded the plane. He's going to get things going in the back. All right, here's what I do. If it says the word test, we test it. Okay, galley's on, trim air, humidifiers on, plus our recirculators. Now, I'm moving to the back. If y'all have the first time watching Felis here, I find it easier to do this, to do the check here of our fire detection and overheat, plus our cargo, because they're up front, we're back here. It's just easier to look this way. Okay, cargo. Good deal. And then we got a couple more tests. Okay, coming on down. All right, moving on down. Okay, we got a lamp test here. I know some of these you're like, why do you do that? Okay. Now for the hydraulics, what I do here is I just turn on the electric while we're sitting. That gets us up and going with enough pressure for the brakes and all. The altimeter 2989. Okay, we're going to 38,000. So I'll set 39. Okay. All right, so we're set on this level. Okay, real quick. All right, fuel used, reset. Okay, the reason the center tanks did not go out, there's no fuel in them. so there's no fuel to pump. And with a short of a flight, one, we won't have any fuel. Two, we may just run tank to engine the whole way there. It's short flight. All right, moving on over. Engines look good. And if, of course, we would have been at night, I would have brought the lighting up quicker. All right, now the big one. Check all the light bulbs. They look like they are burning. All right, so that's good. Now let's move up top here. Basic Boeing, come down, anti-skids off, correction, on, body gear armed. Coming down, go to nav. I do this just because they don't work. Not because they don't work, but just because. And it's because they don't work. I don't have to really worry about them, but I still do. You know, those guys that do development, sometime in the future, he'll make these work. No, I don't really hear much from them. So they do interact enough to tell me when I did something wrong, or if I'm reporting something and I'm doing it wrong, or asking for information on my system. So I do know they watch, or at least some do from there. Okay. Power on, overheat check. All right, we got one fire check still. And we have to test the CVR. All right, good check. And just making sure. All right, moving on down. Actually, before we do, let's go ahead, check all our light bulbs. Okay, they're all looking good. All right. Now we just click, turn that all off, make sure everything looks good, come down. All right, now we start getting into some big nitty-gritty testing. First, like I said, set an ILS here, because what you're going to test here is the localizer glide slope on both the HSI and your horizontal horizontal uh, uh, your attitude indicator. There we go. All right. All right, so there it is. Okay, first your radio switch, radio INS, radio up left. See the localizer needle move both ways and the up indication, good. Now we're not gonna more than likely get much of a swing. Oh, we did, good. But we got it down. Stay on it long enough to see your glide slope flag go away. And then you can set it off, head over here. I set the same channel instead of going and hunting for another one. All right, flight director, good. Airspeed or auto throttles off, autopilots are off. I'm not worried yet about headings, and we're on heading. 0 on the vertical speed, vertical set off on your indication here, auto or flight indicator, flight director, sorry, and turn that off. Same thing, up left, down right, just down right, awesome. Perfect. All right, now we do the next row. What I do is this row to include everything above it. So clock looks good. We'll worry about the bugs here in a minute, the speed flags here. Test. Good. And over here it's flashing. Okay, working our way over. We've got push to test, all proper colors. 2989, wasn't it? 2989, okay. Now, this will be the only radar altimeter to make a noise. The other one will not. Hang on. Clear them one more time. All right, so those both lit up properly. Across the top, we want to hit max reset. Now, this you've heard the altitude call. Both ways work. And I set it usually around 5,000 just because a lot of your initial clearances, anywhere from 5 to 10,000 comes up. All right, moving on over, ground proximity.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Okay, rudder ratio is just going to be a little light to come on down here. Okay, and then we move over. I'm going to back out real quick, do the test first. Okay, good, and clear, clear. All right, now I'm going to move all the way over. Reason being, it makes it easier for me. They probably would have just gone right into this because they're going to be able to just look. And again, do a test here on the radar altimeter, just fine. You know what? I missed those over here. There they are. So, and again, they're just light bulb checks and everything else. Then I start working that next row. Everything's looking good. Then we come to this little contraption here. It's called a CRT screen, folks. They have to be warmed up. Hawker 125 pointed it out one day on stream. Those of you with the older console TVs, you know, the ones they love to rip off. Yeah, like they're going to pick up that 500-pounder by itself. They had to warm up too before they could be used. And then we'll just walk across. All the switches and stuff look good. Hydraulic pressure barely in the green. That's all we want. And that one's working fine. All right, down here. This is a INS unit. The only one on the plane. I don't fly with them because they take a few extra steps. That's one reason, and other reasons we don't need to get into. For now, I'll put it over on Unicom. All right, everything looks good. Your fuel levers are down in the cutoff position. We're headed to Bogota this week, so hopefully we'll get a good chance to play with the rich again and see how they live. I mean, how the aircraft works at higher altitudes. Sorry, threw that in there. Whoa, that went under the carpet real quick. Parking brake and cutoffs all look good. Flaps are showing 0, 0, 0. And basically saying you're not configured for takeoff. Okay, final checks here. We're in expanders, standby. I'm going to go ahead, dial it up to 5. And you've got 2 more light switches here that I've already dialed up. 0, 0 on your aileron and rudder trim. All right, let's get in here, do some putting this in here. Bear with me. Okay. And yeah, no, it's still running. There we go. And I'm just going to go route menu, company, MCF. All right, so the basic flight plan's loaded. Trying to save a little time here, folks, so we can try and get airborne a lot quicker. We're not going to run the checklists, is what I'm saying. Before we go much further, let's begin loading the aircraft. All right, for today, $290 people sounds good. Zero fuel weight 452. That's perfect. We'll go with it. Okay. The reason I'm not really concerned with what it does, I'm calculating all of that right here. So I'm going to spend a little time right here. So our distance is 1,260. So let's call it 1,300 miles. We're going up to 39. Now the winds. Now we're showing minus 69. So that means to me, minus means headwind. So that means I'm going to be burning more fuel to get there. And just so you know, the average wind out of the west at 93 knots. Welcome to wintertime in the northern hemisphere. Whew, rough winds. Okay, so how do we take that into account? Well, look at how your fuel here. Okay, 81.9. If I go up positive, it dropped, meaning probably positive is a tailwind. Negative, more fuel because you're battling that wind, hence that. 69. So we'll go up to 70 and see how that does. Alternates distance. The alternate today is Kansas City. Here I come. Well, no, we're not. That's only if we're in an alternate need. However, it is 235 miles. Call it 250. I'm going to always put 10% a minimum contingency and a minimum of 30 on the ground taxiing. We were scheduled to block out of here with 110,000 pounds of fuel. Currently, we're looking at a lot less. Why? I know why. Positive number. Now we're starting to get there. See how you can see how that increased when you put the negative up here for the headwind? Very tricky, but again, fly it enough, you get used to it. I'm going to actually bump us up a little more. Just 124,000 seems good. We're good to go. If you want to look at the load sheet, there it is. You don't have to. Now, all this did, folks, was calculate and give us an idea of how much we're putting in. So you go back to home, click refuel, use the data sheet. You could call to the tanker. It's going to take a little bit, or instant. We're going to go instant. Okay, pumped in 0 pounds. Now we'll go to payload, load again, 291. While we're doing all of this, we can take our time. So let's go ahead, board, load. Now, when the cargo's all loaded, the cargo doors close. All right, back to what we were doing. And I'm going to bring charts in. And hopefully, unlike our last couple of flights, not forget them. Okay, charts. Now, currently by the wind, we are looking at a runway 5 departure. That's a long taxi. Might as well. All right, so we'll plan runway 5. Now, remember, this is NavGraph chart, so there's a lot of great things you can do in it. I'll let you all learn that on your own. Here's the MacDill 1 departure. And we don't get a chart. So basically what we're going to do is fly up, and I'm pretty sure this hard turn is keeping us out of traffic from all the different airports, and then we'll swing around and get back on track. Technically, I think we could maybe get away without doing it. Because I think that would be more to put us on a southerly trajectory. Yeah, I'm not going to do this. We're going to remove it. Okay, so we're just going to fly the route given to us. Okay, so let's go to legs. So we're going to take off. Well, let's look here. Runway 5. And no departure. Okay, come back to legs. Runway 5 out to UTOBE, CIBOX, and then on to UCASI, and so forth on our way up here. Not a lot of fixes. KRAZO, JMF. I missed Callan. Where's Callan at? Oh, no, I didn't. KRAZO, JMF, Hundev, Alemi, Callan, and then we begin thinking about our arrival. Now, here's the funny part. We're landing north. Okay, 3-1. It's a north landing. And if we look at the winds, 020, I mean, we shouldn't have to fly all the way around all of this. Now, I know, again, we're doing a lot of this to affect, you know, not get in the way of this big guy, the alternate. But once we get past, we could think about swinging around, because otherwise we're coming down and swinging in. So let's take a look here. What we have is we have a couple of arrivals. Anything to help us out here? Let's look at Timo. And we can look at the chart, and you see how that routes us in for all right, you know, I may just stick to the plan. The more I'm thinking about it, if we come in to Colin, actually, I kind of like this one off St. Joe. What is it? And what are they? No restrictions. Let's do this. The Marwi for arrival off of St. Joe. Okay. So, first off, add it to the route. Now, here's where it's going to get fun. How do we get it to track to here? Well, you come up here and you look for and basically remove. There we go. And then from KRAZO, we'll just track over and begin descending in the vicinity of, yeah, KCMO. They may not like it, but that's how we're going to fly this. So KRAZO to St. Joe, Marwi, and right on in. Okay, now that's half the puzzle. Now what we have to do over here will be delete, 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 delete. Okay, approach. Now, the same thing we can do that we just did, we can do for our approach. I don't know why they're offset. That's because one's a TAC and one's an ILS. Got it. Okay, so we'll do, let's look at the ILS Zulu real quick. Okay, Yankee. We'll do Yankee. And we'll come in, is that Bomber 25 miles out or Shack? Shack's up there. Perfect. Add. Oh, we just had a big wind shift here at the airport. So what we'll do is come down to Warmy, head over, intercept Bomber in for the approach. Pretty sneaky, huh? All right, so setting it up, we'll go to Marmy, St. Joe. What are we on? ILS 31 Yankee. Yeah, 31 Yankee. Bomber. Execute. Now, we should not have to do this hold, but it's there if we need it. Okay, we're going to look at it when we go back to legs. Okay, this could be changing. We'll find out at engine start. KRAZO, St. Joe, Marwi, St. Joe to Marwi, turn 280 for the intercept, the Bomber, execute. Bomber, Bomb 9. Where's Bomb 9 at? It's before Shack. Okay, I'm not certain this fix will have to really, everything looks good. Shack, Terps, and on in. Terps will be 2,300 feet. Okay, so there you have it, folks. That's our routing. Again, things are a-changing here. So we may be going 2-3, which would be phenomenal. But we'll wait and hold our breath on that. Okay, so the route looks good. VNAV. Okay, that looks good. Cruise 380. We may actually be able to get away with that the whole flight. And check, check, check. All good. Execute. Pulling that one up. Prague. 936 miles. Looking good and looking good. We're ready to go, folks. How about that? Now, the thing we got to find out, we are online. First off, auto ATC came in, so we need to set our squawk to 0. How about 5? Oh, wait. I forgot. One number 0524. Okay, radar's on standby. We're all set to go. And pull charts. All right, so the basics are ready to go. Let's see how it looks over here. 291 people aboard. And as I said, as soon as the cargo loaded, we're good to go. Just getting the 8 cars readied. Pretty sure this airplane's in there, but I may have to alter it. All right, well, that'll do. Hang on a second here. I am altering our flight plan. That is the Marwi. Okay, altered, hopefully. Hopefully it changed. If not, oh well, we did our best. But anyway, the folks, the plane ready to go. The plane. And like I said, not planning any checklists. Last thing we've got to do over here is our performance. And now I got to really make that call. 2-3 would be really a good runway. Problem is, actually, there is no problem. All right, let's do it. Current wind here is 290 F4. That's why I'm considering it. And it's a shorter taxi. Let's go ahead and get our weather in here. 85. Temperature outside 29 degrees. Runway dry. Irregardless, the runway is 11,400 feet long. Airport elevation, I think, is like 14, so it's going to probably be a goose egg. And 2-3. You heard it, we're going off 2-3. All right. We'll just leave it as is. We'll just go direct our first or second fix. All right. So we will flaps 10. Actually, let's load our sheet. Yeah, flaps 10 will work. V speeds 131, 140, 154. Set them. Flap up speeds and our optimum after 10,000. Expecting about about a third of the way down the runway. Not bad this time around. All right, let's do it. Let's get that door closed. First off, hang on. Really? All right. Okay, we're up and going. On the ACARS, I'm just checking some Air Force to make sure Leica-wise. Come back to it in a second. Huh, how'd I do that? I love how I do things and don't know how I did them. All right, so we're ready to go. Now, you could run through those checklists, make sure you didn't miss anything. That's kind of what they're there for, as a backup. If you do it enough, you shouldn't have to worry. And that's what we're going to hope for here. Okay. Apu. Okay, the EPU is firing up. Oil quantity looks good, and little ways to go to 100%, and then we'll bring it online. Online. Okay, let's get all that stuff around the plane removed.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Moment of truth.
Ground power disconnected.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
Oh,
Ready to start the engine.
gotta flip the switch.
Ready for engine start.
All right, here we go.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, waiting for stabilized.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Cool.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay. Now, you could look back to see how you're doing, but as you can tell, he tells you.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
All right, there you go, folks. All of them lit up. I hope you all enjoyed. And we're about ready to taxi. A few things.
Starter off.
A few things before we can go on.
Starter off. Engine stabilized. Engine stabilized.
Okay. Let's get on the gens. Okay, the bleed will transfer now onto the engines themselves. Okay, flight directors on. Okay. All right, so let me just go through, make sure I didn't miss anything. I know one thing up top I need to do. Okay.
Flaps 10.
3.4. And extend the green. Pitot heat on. Okay, we're ready to go. All right, last thing, flaps are showing 10 and 10. All right, here we go. No, we don't. Let's try that again. And the common traffic here. $23.7. Yeah, MacDill traffic, reach 18, taxi 2, runway 23 for takeoff. Still not going any quicker than the other way, so we'll get a little bit more done. We basically got all of it checked out. Granted, you could probably skip all the tests, but I thought I'd see what we could do, and we'll get the radar altimeter and all set up at the runway. We're ready, folks. Hope you're enjoying. Again, thank you, veterans, for your service. Thank you, families of veterans, for your sacrifice as well. So, kind of get lost in the weeds. I do know that. And the reason 23 is such a great runway, it's right out in front of us. Used to be several other runways here not too long ago. Not the case anymore. Matter of fact, that taxiway there, I believe, used to be a big runway. This was a big bomber SAC strategic base. From tankers to bombers to a lot of stuff here. And over the years, it's just kind of, you know, kind of gone by the wayside. And I'm sure they have other vital things there, but it's, I know its position with Tampa isn't the greatest with both Sarasota, Tampa, and St. Pete, but boy, look at all that land, though. If you've seen the movie, I love talking about this, Strategic Air Command. It's I think it came out in the 50s. What a great movie. And it stars Jimmy Stewart. And if you're any kind of aviation person, especially regarding military aviation, you're going to know the name Jimmy Stewart aside from the movie world. So, really interesting. Duluth Fly, thank you for the raid, sir, of 5 people. Raiders, welcome in this great Veterans Day. And if you're a veteran, thank you for your service. Or if you're a family member, spouse, kid, thank you for the sacrifice you do. MacDill traffic, reach 18 heavy, departing 23. Hawker 125, welcome in as well. And again, folks, I don't mean to be rude if I don't answer in the chat quickly or miss it completely. Planes are kind of complex here, and I'm trying to get off the ground usually as quickly as possible. In this plane, quickly impossible. Possible's good, quickly not so much. And this glare coming in off my window stinks, but we'll work with it. All right, lights are on. We're set. All right, let's get that transponder up and going. Radar set. Here we go.
Stabilized. Cross set.
But again, Raiders, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Rotate. Positive rate.
Gear up.
Flaps 5. Gears up. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
Little quick on getting the flaps up, but I knew it would build speed pretty quick. All right, we'll get into climb here in just a second. I want to make sure we get into that. Now you can also do your EPR here. And there you go, folks, on our way. 8 cars are running. Got a lot of great people here. Again, thank you so much for your service members this fine Veterans Day.
You're up.
And we're on our way. Why did I not? Autopilot's on. Okay, let's bring it about. All right, we're on our way. I can be a little more. Thanks, Hawker, for that shout out. We appreciate you. See, they gave you a day off. Man, how much that cost you? I know, I know. Okay, once we wings level, then we're going to go direct UTOBE. I do want to talk about the verse of the day. I also, as I struggled for a flight today, struggled about the verse. We'll get to that here in a few moments. The verse I wanted to make sure kind of has ties with veterans and Veterans Day, and reading through that you can see some of it, but we'll touch lightly on that here in a moment. All right, so we're going to go INS, direct, execute. Where are we in the climb? 8,900 feet. We're getting ready to go to 300, 7 knots. But when I read some of the meanings to this verse that's in the chat, plus you saw it in the title poster,
10,000.
It made a lot of sense, and I really liked it. So, all right, let's go here, double check packs are on. Again, we're doing this without the backup of running the checklists. Okay, how we looking on fuel? Good. Check our flight routing. Okay, and Bear with me here. Okay, so we're climbing out now. All right, now let's take a look at our airspeed. Oh, good, we're right about there. Now, what I'm going to do is switch into IAS here right now. So that way it controls it up and down by the rate of climb. And then as we get higher up, we'll switch into more of a mock hold, so forth. Again, we're going for 38,000. On course, I think. It doesn't look like it's tracking well. We'll see here. Oh, it's coming to UTOBE. I thought UTOBE, never mind. Okay. Yeah, there we are making the turn to CIBOX. Okay. Then UCASI. Got it. All right, so we are on course. Perfect. And the only other thing left to do, get those overhead lights off. Get them off outside. We don't want to be seen. Oh, wait, it's daylight. If you can't see this pig in the daylight, you got... Don't even try to be a fighter pilot then. All right, we're climbing away, folks. Glad to have you aboard. And as I expected, the East Coast is lighting up, heading to Washington, Chicago. I'm shocked Hawaii isn't as busy as I thought it would be. I was kind of trying to pick places where you would expect, people flying on a Veterans Day holiday. Granted, you can't always go by that, but there's quite a few headed for DC. We chose Omaha, home of SAC, Strategic Air Command, and who's this? CFC. I'll have to look up what they really are. I was going Canadian Air Force, but we're on our way, turning on course. Now, I made mention of this. Why did this verse stand out as a good verse to recite or use on a Veterans Day flight? That verse, hang on. Don't want to be distracted. There. That verse being, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Now, some of you know that from Joshua 9 or 1, chapter 1, verse 9. Some of these very same words appear to God talking to Joshua as he just said, hey, you're now in charge of the Israelites. Moses has died, it's yours. Well, Joshua was his mentor for quite a long time, and it's a daunting, there's several, couple million people behind him. Maybe at least 1 million after all of them that had already died. But still, quite a daunting task. You have this big land ahead of you, and God is saying, remember, be strong, be courageous. But here's why I like this verse. This verse emphasizes to us that God is committed to his people and how important it is to keep your faith and your courage through this. I can just imagine you're there in the sandbox and you know what's up ahead and it's not good. Granted, we're talking a couple year back, and yeah. Be strong, be courageous, stand firm in your faith, and This verse promises God will always be with his people, guiding, protecting, and loving them. So that's where it stood out for me. I go, thinking back as a veteran, yeah, I didn't know about this verse back then, even though it was in the Bible, folks, but I didn't know about it. I was vaguely familiar with Joshua 1:9, which almost recites it verbatim again, but not completely, but almost. And would have loved to have known this back when I was in the Air Force. So stand firm, guys. God's with you. God's watching over you. God's loving you, taking care of your families behind. Do the job at hand. So enjoy. And remember, folks, me, veteran, standing, I'm not a hero. The heroes are out at Jefferson Barracks Park or wherever veteran memorial parks are out there. We have a rather large one here in St. Louis. But while they're the heroes, we're the ones that continue on. So remember, and thank a service member if you know them. And I know other countries have days similar to this, maybe not this same day, but I hope you take time to thank the veterans in your area as well. The military, the emergency services, folks, they all sacrifice a lot for you. And then we turn around and abuse those rights like we cannot imagine. All right, let's continue on. Altitude select is on. We're through 26. We're at Mach 0.76. At about 0.84, I'll switch us into a Mach climb till we hit 35,000. Then we'll go into Mach speed hold, and I'll show you the difference. But for now, let's just continue on. I hope y'all enjoy. We've got a great flight ahead. One flight, unfortunately, today. But got a great week. Check down in the About flight schedule or just click schedules and see what's up this week. I hope we pique your interests with what's coming this week. All right, looks like while we're climbing through 28, we got about 2 hours, 12 minutes ahead. So really a great night ahead. So, or great day. Thank you for taking time out of your holiday preparations, holiday, whatever you have going on today, because yes, we are into the Christmas season. I know many of you are saying, why can't we stop and get through Thanksgiving first? Okay, let's do that. Then you can buy your presents afterwards. Good luck. You all say, well, just go online. Good luck. So anyway, we're on our way. Hope you all enjoy. And oh yeah, I wanted to check this little utility I was looking at. Oh, I see how this little gizmo works. That's pretty cool. Oh, I know what I wanted to check. We did a little flight plan change. Cool, it took. All right, so that's cool. So we'll be able to deviate and fly the route we briefed. So, meaning we're going to be heading over St. Joe's down to Marwee, then over to Bomber and the 3-1 approach. So, I just didn't feel like swinging around, going downwind, doing this big S when we could kind of work it differently. So, all right, Offutt. You know, I went particularly to this one program to look up my route. It was staring me right down, right next to me. Oh, Lord have mercy. May 59 years old be a much better age for you than it has been for moi. All right, so through 30, just about 32, nope, 31,000. Headed for 38. Out over the waters of the Big Bend area of Florida. We all learned this because of a hurricane that came in. Caused a lot of mayhem in North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina. Along with the second one that came in down in Tampa. So, and another one right now percolating out in the Gulf, kind of going in circles, meandering, not sure what it wants to do yet, what it wants to be when it grows up. So, we'll see how things go. And for those new to flying with Mike, you would have missed the announcement that we got last week. Can't remember the name of the company making it, but for those of you that love flying the Max, the 737 Max, one is in development for X-Plane. Some were saying payware, but in the announcement, I never saw those words. So somebody knew something more than me, or it's a company known for payware. I'm going to see if I can dig it up here real quick. All right, where's my emails? Why are my emails not loading? There they go. Yeah, I just got an email today on an update. Looks like the aircraft itself, they have a shell, AFL, Airfoil Labs, I think it is. They are in making it. Now, I've heard some people say a lot of things about it. We'll kind of watch and see what comes of it. Looks good in the screenshots that are in that email. We'll see. But it was basically a 2024 kind of a not a wrap up of the year, but kind of moments to November date, kind of. So, a lot of interesting stuff. Cape Cod is in here. Base 8 is in here, whatever that means. I don't know that. Something tells me that's from a movie. Some oil rigs for you helicopter jocks out there that love to fly those things. I know a few of you. Yeah, I do. And I'm not one of them. Well, let me put it to you this way. Yeah, I can fly them. Oh, wait, we have to land? Yeah. Yeah. You know how many people say landing an airplane is a controlled crash? Take that to full heart with being a helicopter. Oh, yeah, we guarantee it'll crash. And I think most of it's because my setup isn't set up to handle it. Let me slow this plane down. Okay, now the middle button is Mach, the outside is indicated. So we're just bringing it down as we climb, and boy, are we climbing like a pig. The pig that this plane is. Well, let's try it once we get it going here to get under Mach. Got a few more little tips I've learned over the past year or two flying it to pass along to y'all as well here. Really big, important one here in a minute as soon as we get our speeds back in. All right, now let's, okay, so we're set for Mach. We'll go VS and climb at about 1,000. We'll see how that does. May have to click into, I'll show you this again. Currently we're in climb. We may have to go to continuous. But I think we should be able to do pretty good under climb. And then once we hit top of climb, we go to cruise. All right, some safety things here, some things to keep in mind. All right, now this is the view I have. Whoop. Nice little shot out the wings. All right, I did that to clear this. Well, that probably did. There we go. Actually, I thought I had that higher. My goal is to see out better when I'm taxiing. And if I need to come down and cruise, I can, or I can do this. All right. Now, when you're in this view, I want you to look over and tell me where the flaps are right now. Now, look right above them and see how close that is. That's flaps 1. Make sure. Now, if you weren't paying attention as we were retracting flaps after takeoff early, I'll admit to it, that was early. You will hear flaps 1. Don't think, I'll come back to that. watch your speed, and when you can retract fully, get them up, because if you forget, you get to, I think it's 270, 280, somewhere in there, you will cause a failure. You will cause a failure. Yeah, it, yeah. I had to emergency land in Meridian, Mississippi on a flight with this plane, this actual plane, and because my flaps were hung, they wouldn't retract in. It's that good, folks. That good. And all I have to say to Felis is great job. I mean, phenomenal. So I really like it when they take it to heart. And this is a good airplane, folks. Great aircraft. If you're willing, if you want to fly this thing where you're checking everything, it's the first officer or the flight engineer showed up 10, 15, 20 minutes before the crew, because he had that entire panel over there to check. Once he got those done, he would actually come over and do some basic stuff with the overhead. He might even get the INS up and aligning. So when they get here, they can put the route in that they've come up with dispatch. It's a 10 to 15 minute alignment, folks, in our world. It was closer to 30 minutes in the real world. And it's takes a while. Plus, you can only put 9 fixes in at a time. Now, towards the latter part of the INS age, before these lovely devices came in called FMCs, there was a type out there you could put 9 on each box. Up until then, 9 was the max, so you could put 27 in. Okay, that's great on super ultra long hauls, but on a haul like this, it's kind of useless. Unless you know the lat lons of all your waypoints. So a lot of it was, you just got to know your lat lons. God forbid come a route change from ATC. Boy, have I heard that. Oh, man. Oh, to hear the flight crews not happy, because they got a lot of work ahead of them to reprogram everything. So, but again, it's no different than, a full route review or redo for FMC. It's a pain in the butt, but it happens. Why? I don't know. I don't understand that part of the world. I was VFR, so you really never rerouted me, other than in ATC, where I was required to talk with you. Beyond that, that's my world, unless I fly into a restricted area. So, and then it's stupidity on my part. Or, oh, let's see if I can get through there without them noticing. Yeah, right. So, it's fun. Let me look at this. I've been, there's this one, not a product, website called VATSIM-radar.com. I've been noticing several other streamers using this. It's really interesting, although I don't know enough about it to know what some of these features are for. Oh, that's nice. How about this one? Ooh, that's really nice. I mean, it's got some neat features on it. Provided the weather on it is provided by open data. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Do not get me wrong, by any stretch of the imagination. Just unique. I do like the information it gives. Oh, it's still in development. Oh. Okay, now how do I get back? Oh, map. There we go. Oh, so kind of an interesting program. Again, here, let me just give you all the website. Y'all can go look at it, you know, choose for yourself. Those of you who are avid flyers, especially on VATSIM. Oh, are you kidding me? I did do that. Doggone it. Copy. Paste. So you can go check it out. Looks like a pretty cool program. Working with another team like this for VAT Elevatech, they've got a pretty good program going too. And yeah, it looks like all the ATC around us saw me coming and went, let's not be up for flying with Mike. I don't know. But anyway, they are what they are, and we are porpoising again. I really hope they find a way around this. And that's the flight sim community in general. I've run into this on so many different streams, or some streams, so many different sims that it kind of gets old. So, but you just learn to ride the waves. You know, as you go up and down, and hopefully they'll figure it out one day. All right, folks, I am going to take a quick break. Got another chore to have to wrap up here in the house. That's what delayed us slightly. Unexpected chore came. Much we had to. Let's see. Hawker is saying P3D prepared. Had some great aircraft not being brought over to X-Plane. Love X-Plane, but come on. Well, you know, the other one's available for you, Hawker. I'm not going to say. And P3D would be more aligned to that one. So if you were into prepared. So X-Plane has got some phenomenal things behind it. But there are limitations, and I'll tell you, the other sims have some phenomenal things. And they too have their Achilles heels. It is, you know, what it is. So, but I will be right back, folks. Just got to get this chore done real quick. Be right back. All right, we're back. All right, we're back. ETA 1 hour 43 minutes. Okay, radar looks good. Actually, let's look down here. I don't see any returns. Have we already gotten too far inland? Yes. I should have looked a little earlier because we flew over something. I don't know if it's that tropical system in the Gulf or what. I heard later this week it was supposed to make up its mind, but who knows? Who knows? But again, hope y'all are enjoying. Again, thank you, veterans, for your service and families as well. Your sacrifice to support your breadwinning spouse. Well, can't say breadwinning. Some of the spouses actually make more than them. Not sure that's how it should be, but it is what it is. All right, we're in cruise. I forgot to do one thing. Let's move it to cruise. And I'm going to double check that. 502 or 0524. Yeah. Okay, so we're good there. Get rid of that so it doesn't mess with us any more than it already is. And yeah, ATC is not in our way at the moment. Let's turn those engines down a little. Much better. Very bright. Very bright up against that white plane. Oh my goodness. Should we put the sunglasses on? Sure. A little better. So there it is, folks. Now, in true form to an E4 the Air Force has, this is the frame. Well, actually, they started the A model with the 100. A couple of them the Air Force acquired, converted. Then they took some 200s, the B models, E4Bs. And here's kind of what they look like. Get the right one. Okay, if you look up here, of course, it's going to show there. Right here, you notice the big hump. There's also a little hump here. Matt, 1997. Welcome aboard, sir. Hope you're having a great day. Come along, come fly with us. If you so choose. But anyway, that's the big marker, is this big hump here. And then there's a little one right under the nose for the air refueling port. So if you were looking at it, you would see a hump here and another one right here for the air refueling. Of course, this plane could stay airborne literally forever, or until they needed somebody. So just keep sending up 135s and KC-10s in the day to keep them filled up, and they could keep going for whatever their shifts, the tour of duties were. So obviously in wartime, could turn into some long days. So now there is a mod out there for this, and I'm checking right now. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. 742. Okay, this is how you get the airplane you see here. Now, the E4, why'd I do that? I already have it here. Is, well, technically the A, and you can find it at this link. Taking the 757-300 from Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale. Awesome. Awesome flying. And that's the link, folks, if you want the E4A livery. And again, you're going to have to go into Plane Maker and, you know, change this, add this, nip, tuck this, that. No, not the nip and tuck, but, you know, you're going to have to do a few things. I'm okay with it like this, even though it's not 100% looking like it. So, now, let's not get this aircraft confused with Nyack. Let me get the proper name for Nyack. If I could type. I don't think that's the right acronym. But anyway, Looking Glass was one of the names. Nyack is another one that would go up. Some of the movies put it as Air Force One. Looking Glass was never Air Force One. It was a separate command aircraft, and the 135s that did this job, which were actually 707s instead of KC-135s, they were what were in the Looking Glass mode. So, a lot of command and control aircraft with the Air Force, if you didn't notice that, from AWACS to J-stars. I mean, start the acronym, just start them up, because there are a ton of them that go with the higher up command structure that SAC put in place. But it was this aircraft, when the command came from SAC to launch the bombers, launch missiles, they could transmit it, or if SAC was already taken out at Offutt or in the mountain, they could order it. Again, via the president. Lot went on in this plan, you know, a lot of planning, strategizing, monitoring. It's a command and control aircraft, so. Yeah, I just, you know, I just like it as a simple 747. I don't want to, you know, mess it up. So I just keep it this way. Then we get to the true dark side. Let's take the sunglasses off, see if it's Views better. Not really. I am wondering if we're going to end up in a sunset arrival in Omaha. All right. Wing lights. But again, glad to have you aboard, folks. Hope you enjoy the ride over to Omaha. It's about an hour and a half out at this time. And I have a general standing question out with a few people that I knew who flew with SAC on alert, and asked a few pilots of the day or air crew members of the day. Can't really get a honest or actual answer because everyone answers a little different. Here's the question. We're going into winter time. Okay. Now, the flight sims are really beginning to ramp up the effects of icing on the aircraft. Trust me, I've crashed a couple times, compliments of that. Oh, frustrating. But anyway, my question relies around that. These bombers, these tankers, were on alert. Open, they do not have shelters. I mean, come on. You really want to put a B-52 under a shelter? Think about how long that wing is. It can be done. Don't get me wrong. But think about that one. How? Because most of our bases for the bombers, now there were a few that wrapped down into the warmer territories, but for the most part, we're across the northern part of our country and Alaska. With them sitting out and on alert, the call comes, and they did go in the air, by the way, in the 60s up until I forgot when Chrome Dome stopped. But anyway, there came a point where they no longer could fly because of treaty violations. It was an act of war if they left the ground with a nuke on them. A whole lot of procedures went into play when SAC played their games to ensure nuclear devices did not leave the ground and violate and cause an act of war in the Cold War. How, as alert crew members, and I know icing was a thing, but not really talked a lot about. How did you deal with takeoffs? Snow-covered wings. Got X amount of minutes to get airborne. Just curious. And they didn't, by the way, have de-ice trucks sitting at the end of the runway to run through real quick on the way out to the runway. Slacker Philpson, my bad. I see about a day or half a day or so ago you followed us. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the follow. But yeah, question has been out there, and I can't really get an answer how that was it. I have seen pictures, folks, of what the B-52s, now these I don't believe were in the alert areas. The alert areas are where they had those, usually it was like a Christmas tree. kind of looked at them, and they were parked off the side of a taxiway that led straight to the runway and basically straight out. So they're sitting open air. How did they handle snow on the wings? I guess they're expecting it to blow off and any residual ice. Never gotten a good answer on that. I've seen pictures of K.I. Sawyer. Was it Minot? Might have been. I'm not sure. Anyway, a couple of the northern bases. And folks, the snow was just unbelievable on these airplanes. And I just wonder how they how they managed. I get it. You do what you got to do to get airborne, all of that in the time you got. But wow. Like I said, I know, I think of the weirdest things. I know. But Air Florida came along and trying to remember, early 80s, the Air Florida incident in out of Reagan. And the cause for that was wings weren't de-iced. Well, they were past the time limit is when the aircraft got airborne, iced up, and then we all know got into the Potomac. A lot of people rescued out of the frigid waters, ice-covered waters. Pretty, and that changed everything with de-icing. They don't even de-ice these aircraft, folks, when the call comes. So, like I say, how did we do it? I had another one, but somebody answered it for me finally, and it made sense. That's the more important thing, you know. So, welcome to flying up north. You know, things to think about. You guys know about it. Coming, picking your planes up after snowstorms and going, we're going to have type 1, type 4, type 52, 65 hut put on our wings because they're covered in snow and ice. So they didn't do that back then, folks, with the Air Force. So those were the days, folks, way back before many of us. Many of our veterans, so were Cold War. And further back, Korea, Vietnam, those guys would have known about these things. Even as far removed as they could have been to some degree. Each one had a component working with the Soviets. I mean, but the actual physical Cold War stuff, that was so far out of their minds. They're mostly worried about just getting out alive. And again, testament, thank you guys so much for your sacrifices and what you gave for this country. Okay, we have slowed up. Why? Oh, I think we're getting into that headwind, giving us a little headache. Headwind today, folks, 274 at 93. As of the time we did this at 1912 Zulu, 1312 Central Standard U.S. time. Wakey, wakey. So, what are you all doing this great Veterans Day? I know I saw mass chaos on the interstate. That Green Mountain Drive, holy mackerel. Interstate backed up off the ramps well out onto the interstate. I'm waiting for an accident to occur there. Trying to figure out why the restaurant I believe one of many of the restaurants could be doing this, causing this, why they chose. I love what they're doing, but why they chose the way they're doing it, knowing it's gonna what it's gonna cause. So basically what the restaurant is doing is free food to veterans. That's awesome. That is awesome, except the restaurant itself is not open. Drive-through. That's what it appeared to me. So, again, I was on the interstate trying to figure out why the heck is it so backed up. That was part of it. I know some of the other was people getting out shopping and doing other things, but who in their right mind would do something like that with major roads, interstates and all impacted? But again, great intention, just execution not the smartest idea. Yeah, they're trying to do something nice, but you gotta sometimes think the whole effect out. You've backed up an interstate all the way out on it for a good quarter to a half mile. That's an accident waiting to happen. The other side wasn't much better. Not mentioning the restaurant, they don't need that, but like I said, great intentions, great thinking, great thoughts. As JetBlue crosses under us, but I would have thought of a different way. Like open the restaurant up, let them inside. Fill up your parking lot. But you're right, Hawker. You're right. They are trying to do something nice, and that is cool. Like I said, the fallout from it could be worse. So, and like I said, the one restaurant I know for sure doing it, but I'm not going to say they're the only one, because I know a couple of others that talked of it, so I don't know how they came about and did it. So, but yeah, I'm came close to seeing a couple, and the way people are, those of you who drive real trucks for a living know what I'm talking about. Let's see, where was JetBlue? Where am I? There's JetBlue. Headed up. Oh, headed to Houston. Houston. We also have a. Who the heck? Someone up flying a Texan. How about that? The Air Force. Well, actually, not just Air Force. Many of the trainers that people train in the military up and flying below us. I don't think they're up here. Let's see. I know we won't see them. We're too far left or right of them or above them. That's pretty cool. So, all right, we're about an hour and 15 minutes out. Hope you all have enjoyed this great run here. As we take the somewhat E4 look-alike from MacDill to Offutt. I'll get some music running here for a little bit. Oh no, original Godspeed, welcome aboard. Oh no, I am reinstalling X-Plane 12. What happened? Couldn't get better pushback to work. Huh. I just updated it. Okay, now granted, I didn't try it today. To the latest and greatest version of it out there. Interesting. Couldn't get better pushback to work. Well, when we get on the ground in Omaha, we'll give it a try. Now you're making me feel like I shouldn't have updated it. Well, if it is, it is. We'll reinstall and go from there. Go to the menu and see if it's in the plugins. What do you thought? Better pushback? Yeah, it's right there. Under plugins. Now, obviously, I'm not going to try it up here. I don't even know if it would. That would be kind of fun. I mean, we've had some fun with it. Memphis is one of the great places for it. LA is another. And if you haven't tried this, folks, head over to the FedEx parking in Memphis or LA. And make sure you park up by the building. Okay, so you're going to be runway 9. The parking area is right there with the building, but don't be in the outer ramping area. Go up to the building and do your better pushback. It'll fall off the roof. Up until I updated it, we'll see if it still does. And same with Los Angeles. If you park up by the building, it'll fall off the roof. It just cracked me up. Some people don't like that. Little things like that, I kind of get a nice giggle out of. I've seen some very funny things in the flight simming. It doesn't matter what sim. You're going to find some things that just either make you go, what? Or laugh. Or make you cry until you got to reinstall. See, mine wasn't saying that at all, but it was in the plugin. But it wasn't checked. When I went and checked, X-Plane crashed on me. Huh. Well, like I said, we didn't use it today. This was a simple pullout. Tomorrow, for sure, I know I've got at least something going on for it. Let me get an idea here of what we got. Oh yeah, tomorrow we're coming out of Lambert, St. Louis. So we'll have a pushback there. Yeah, the rest of the week we'll have pushback. So we'll see how that works. I wonder if we can revert back. Oh, really? So you couldn't push at all? Wow. I hope, well, we'll, like I said, we get into Omaha, we'll give it a try. Yeah, speaking of tomorrow's flight, unfortunately, it's tomorrow, not today. St. Louis ground is manned. Yeah, hopefully it'll fix. Just when you figure out the 339. Ah, that is so weird. There are like programs in here that have been solid for me. Pushback is one of them. The 767 we plan to fly tomorrow. This airplane, for the most part, we've only had, I think, one hiccup. Well, we've had a couple hiccups with it, but they were right there to watch and fix. And And Zibo had a couple hiccups, but overall they have been fun. I mean, it has been pretty decent. And to hear that, just tears me up to hear someone having troubles, especially with such a great utility as Better Pushback. Now that A339 UC original Godspeed said he was starting to figure it out, that is a phenomenal aircraft, folks. I highly recommend it. Just be, if you're not familiar, some liveries will give you everything in it, like the RMS versus the normal Airbus radio, the HUD, and if the brake fans, actually, yeah, the brake fans and other things. They can, in their making of the livery, they can, give you what that aircraft really had, or what they think it had, what they want, so what an airplane that is. I was hoping it'd help me with the A350. Not so much. But it is helping in some areas. I will say that, but not what I wanted. So. Hey, I hope I don't have to because of that. I don't know how much help they might be, but you could always try the X-Plane Discord. See if there's anyone there that had the same issues, and see if there's any way of you could have overcome it. I mean, granted, you pulled the what I call the nuclear option of just delete it, reinstall it. You got it on Facebook, okay? Yeah, Discord. I've had some. I've got one person I haven't figured out, or I tried. I never heard back. An issue I've been having with X-Plane over the last few weeks, and I don't know how to, when they ask for information, how to give some of the information they want. So it was time for a reason, and mine could be in the same boat. And just remember, day one they said it's beta. Which stinks. Even though we're in a release candidate. All right, there's the route, folks. KIMRE. I know, I got to really get out there. KRAZO. And that's when we turned for St. Joseph, Missouri. And beginning of the approach into Offutt. So, got a ways to go. Still got a good 261-mile leg ahead of this one. Followed by a good 150-mile leg to St. Joseph. Maybe not that much. But we still got a little ways to go. About an hour on the clock. Hope you all have enjoyed. Again, if you are a service member, active or retired, or like me, served time and got out, thank you. Thank you for your service. If you're a first responder, we're a first responder. Thank you for your service. Even though you're not out fighting wars for us, you're fighting wars at home for us with the different situations you all roll up on. So I put you all right up there with all the other military vets. The first responders fall right in there too. So thank you so much for your time, and more importantly, military members, your family, for the sacrifices put up, moving constantly, schools. I mean, we've been through it in life as a military brat, and it's not as rough as what the service member themselves could see, depending on branch of service, but it's rough nonetheless. Considering I've lived both sides of the fence. I was in the Air Force and the Air National Guard. I was also a military brat, a military kid, and 9 different schools I went to. I say that today, and it used to be like, my God, I can't believe I did 9 schools. Just moving across town, kids could do 9 schools today. So either way, it's thank you for your service. All right, looking at the charts here. So we said from here we go to St. Joe, then to Marwee, and into the approach. Here's what it looks like. Now, on this approach, we do not have any altitude restrictions. And it's not a RNAV approach, meaning I could technically fly this right off our aircraft here. Come up to St. Joe, dial in 344. Hit Lamani 275 radio, make the turn to 280 track, and then intercept the localizer for the runway. So, I mean, it is a conventional approach. So, no altitude restrictions. So that means I'm sorry kids, sorry adults, we got to use that thing called math. All right, so looking at our approach, here's the frequencies across the top that we could encounter here. The one most important ILS localizer is IOFF 109.5. KECK. No, IOFF. Anyway, flight final approach course 207 degree or 307 degrees. Terps 4.7 DME. We need to be at 2,300 feet MSL or 1,308 feet above the ground. Decision height here is 200 feet above the ground or 1,192 feet MSL. Airport sits at 1,050 feet roughly above sea level. However, our touchdown is 992. You can read the missed approach and basically climb straight ahead to Sarpy, which is the off the TACAN there. Now we can tune the TACAN as a DME only, 111.7. However, those of you in the DCS world know this device. You can actually set these frequencies in your theater if you're working off TACANs. Aircraft can also have TACANs. Tankers have TACANs, so you can track them and shoot them down. I mean, track them and get fuel. All right, 18,000, we already know that. Altitude. So we're going to come into shack at or above 3,000. However, we need to be at 2,300 feet MSL by TERPS. So as long as we're 9,500 feet or higher at bomber, 3,000 feet or higher, descending to 2,300, we're in good shape. For our approach, I think we're going to be right around 800 feet a minute, maybe less, and looking at about 1 minute, 33 seconds, somewhere in there for TERPS to the missed approach point. Visibility needs to be a half mile, 200 feet for our minimums on our ceilings. Weather is, well, north at 7 for the winds, clear, kind of like we see here, severe clear. 10 miles visibility. Beautiful day there, folks. Temperatures 13, which equates out to a nice 55-degree fall day at Offutt. Again, we're going KIMRE, which we just passed, KRAZO, then over to St. Joe and on to the Marwe 4 arrival. Just cruising along, folks. Enjoying the music. Hope you all are too. And we'll just kind of sit back and see what's going on. Love to hear from you in the chat. What's going on with your Veterans Day celebrations or your day in general? We'd love to hear it. Oh, I hate it when it porpoises. All right, we're just passing Memphis, folks. Who's below us? Ah, somebody going into Jonesboro, Arkansas. I mean, not a cloud in the sky, folks. Yeah, I do believe we just might get a sunrise arrival or sunset arrival. We may be adjusting lighting in here. Oh well, we'll enjoy. almost looks like we found clouds. We did. Where are these at? Stand by, folks. Be right back. Sorry about that, folks. Just checking on the first officer, making sure the little kite is doing well. And looking up at the clock, 50 minutes to go. All right. Well, whatever the clouds were below us, they appear to be gone now, I think. Let's see. Yeah, they are definitely gone now. So wherever and whatever they were over the Memphis up to the Missouri line, oh, they're gone. Now we're in for hopefully a clear touchdown in. Ooh, why are we slowing? Engines are fine. I'm not sure why we're so slow all of a sudden. All right. Why are we slowing so bad? The winds up here are that horrible? Oh, that's weird. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. All right. All right, we're slowly crawling back up over 0.80. Wow. Okay. All right, we're getting back into some semblance of decency out here speed-wise. All right, St. Joe, 115.5, right? All right, 344, intercepting 116 off the 27. $16.7. All right, may give it our best here. It's 49 miles, and then wow, we made it back up. Let's go back into cruise. Again, St. Louis Crown still up for tomorrow's flight. Doubt they'll be there for tomorrow, but you never know. All right, so we're going to get ready for that turn coming. We're about halfway there. Let's see. Showing KRAZO 123 mile ahead. Actually, let me try something here. Did I put it in backwards? No, I did it right. Oh, STJ, dang it. I did do it right. Huh, didn't like it. Anyway, all right. Now, what I wanted off of here. So 123.34. Okay, we're out of range. So when we turn off KRAZO, we should be headed direct for the VOR. And here we go again, slowing. Nope, spoilers aren't up. Why does it do this? Really hate when flight sims do this. It really was could get very god awful in FSX, but supposedly the FSUIPC stuff was supposed to help eliminate this. It doesn't anymore. All right, we're getting close to our turn. When we make, oh, come on, airplane, get up, back up over. Oh, man, it's just frustrating that it won't do what it's supposed to do. All right, so we're going to go ahead, kill the music now. In preparation for our turn and descent. Now, about 90 miles from Bomber is when I'm going to do this descent, which is my arithmetic adds up. Marwe, let's call it 50. So about 50 miles inbound to St. Joseph VOR is where the top of descent-ish is, maybe 10 to 20 miles closer. It's hard for me to judge where we're coming in from Marwe onto this ILS because it is set up for both runways, you know, coming in north or south. And to me, it looks like we're going to hit that ILS real quick. So that's just me, though. Now, if you also noticed, I have not flipped the radio INS switch right here next to the panel and the VHF nav to INS. You can do that, folks. I don't, because it allows me to kind of free see where, let me try that again, where the aircraft is. I can shoot courses off VORs along the way to see where we are approximately, to give me an idea. Are we on course? Are we what? You know, so. Oh, excuse me, folks. All right, so we'll pull back on that. Oh, my. All right, well, if original Godspeed's out there, how did the reinstall go? Did it work? I haven't seen a message from you in a while. Well, I don't see him out there right now, out in the lobby areas. So appreciate y'all here. And all right, we should be pretty close. All right, 25 miles. All right, looking over the map, just about the KRAZO up to St. Joe after that, St. Joseph. Oh, the speed and porpoising is really, taking a toll on this flight. Not a whole lot we can do about it, though. Just grin, bear, get through it, and hope with the turn here in about a couple of miles, we'll be doing a lot better. We pulled in St. Joe yet? All right, we've been in the air just a little under 2, or a little right at 2 hours. My bad. Here's that turn. We're out of range. So we'll let the aircraft come on course. Must be a 60-mile VOR. Or closer. I actually thought this had could be picked up a lot further. Aha, we have the VOR. Let's give it a second to come in. Pretty sure we should get some DME numbers off this. There we go, 113 miles out. Now, why is it that way? I must be wind. All right, we're tracking the VOR right now, folks. 107 mile out. And according to our chart, 50 miles to Marwee. Okay, we got about another 55, 60 miles, and then we'll start our descent. Welcome aboard, folks. Hope y'all are having a great Monday. It is Veterans Day in the U.S. Thank you, service members, first responders, for your service. We thank you for your sacrifices for us, and also your families. They also put a lot on the line for us to help you and to allow you to do what you do for us. Man, what a beautiful day up here. I think tomorrow, possibility of rain, or is it the next day? I can't remember. Just a gorgeous day here in St. Louis, also on the other side of Missouri there in Kansas City, St. Joseph area. Just beautiful days, and could use them after last week. So again, thanks for being here with Flying with Mike. We departed MacDill Air Force Base outside of Tampa, and headed across to Omaha, Nebraska, Offutt Air Force Base. Getting some screenshots, folks. All right, distance out. Oh, we still got a little ways to go. All right, now we're pulling in Lamani. Lamani. That's our cross fix that will be turning where we turn to 280. Okay, that's a 275, and that is 52 miles from there. Now we should be well into our descent at that point. Matter of fact, we will check things out here in a second. We're coming in. We're about 20 miles or so from 15, 20 miles top of descent. So how it will look is this end of the needle, I believe, will be right up here when we're approaching that fix. Or if we sit in here, we'll see them lining up. You can already see how the needles are. So all right, let's get those sunglasses off. Okay, brighten it up a little. Okay, keep our eye on the target here at about 50 miles or so is when we'll start our descent. Now, technically, I should have moved the altitude switch to hold when we hit our top climb. That would not have prevented the porpoising, but it might have helped some. I doubt it, but you never. But again, that would be true procedures. If we forget it, welcome to the flight sim world. We forgot a lot, I'm sure. But a great day for flying, great Veterans Day, and hope y'all are having a great day there here in the States. And if it's celebrated in other countries today, I thank you for your services as well. All right, top of descent coming down 9,500. All right, 2,300 feet. Now the fun begins. Trying to control this beast. Okay. We'll take 0.85 to about 300 knots, then switch over to indicated airspeed hold. And we'll be able to use the AT speed over here. Currently at about 280 right now. I'm going to go ahead, set us for 300. See how we're descending. That looks good. I think we're on our mark. Okay, again, 50 miles. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. I'm not even over St. Joe yet. All right, let's switch into IAS. All right. All right, 344. Okay, we're in that cone of what I call confusion. That's why we're on heading at the moment. Should be crossing over here anytime. There goes the needle flipping. We're just crossed. I am going to go ahead and start turning us. Give it about 10 miles. And we should be tracking more true. Okay, we're a little off. Okay, the runway we're landing on 11,700. Airport elevation, we said 1,000 feet. 310. Dry outside air temperature 12. Barometric 15, 30, 15. Wind 026. Okay, set the speed bugs. See how we're tracking. Pretty good still. Okay, now we're technically, if you notice, we're at that mark. Now I'm wondering if it's going to go up at a certain point. I'm going to kind of watch this because we are actually tracking off St. Joe almost right on track. That's 49.6 is where we're supposed to do that meet. So it makes me wonder if we're going to start seeing it increase. All right, 30, 15. Okay, cabin pressure is coming down. And we're at 14,000. We're doing good here, folks. Well, kind of. Excuse me, folks. All right. Can't see the airport yet. All right. We need to switch. 1095. Okay. Okay. We'll be on Unicom. All right, now
Thousand level off.
10 miles to the turn.
$10,000.
Okay, we're just about there, and boy, this is probably going to go so fast. Maybe not. Looking at this chart, if it's anywhere to scale, it looks quick. Yep, that's what it did. All right. We got closer. Now we're getting further. All right, so we should be about 275. Okay, bomber is 13 miles, so okay. Here we come. Slowing us up to try to gear us in to where this comes alive. Out of curiosity. Oh, wait. Bingo. Helps to be on the right frequency. Yeah, we're tracking pretty good. Actually, if we track about a 7.5, we ought to track that pretty decently. All right, again, we are VOR to VOR at this point, folks. So we'll join the ILS. Hopefully, start our descent to get on the glide path better. But tracking really nicely in here.
Localizer alive. Flaps 5.
All right, got the runway in sight. And we are still, what was that? 111. 19 miles off the TACAN. All right.
Flaps 10. Gear down.
All right, we're slowing. Let's go flaps 20,
Gears
gear
down. Green light.
down, green.
Flaps 20.
Spoilers arm, brake set, runway in sight.
Thousand level off.
Okay, here we go. Plane, by the way, is mine. Going flaps
Flaps
full.
30.
Flaps 30. Okay. Again, get your predictions in, folks. You got about another 8 miles before you won't be able to. Offutt Air Force Base traffic, reach 18 heavy, 3 mile final, 3-1 full stop.
$1,000. $500.
Stable landing. Kind of looks flooded here.
500. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Landing.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up.
50.
Pull
40.
up.
30. 20. 10. Check reverse. Out off reverse. 60 knots. Auto brake off.
Welcome to Offutt, folks. All right, let me see if I'm still gonna park where I usually do. Yeah. All right, we're off the runway. All right, beautiful flight, folks. Wonderful. The only thing I forgot to do, open up those reserve tanks. Doggone it. And a couple of other things that came to mind on that approach. Not bad for not running the guys checklisting and all. But I pretty much did what I normally do. So, all right, we're gonna park on the far ramp down by the approach end. Didn't know they had caterers. Ah, boy, SAC was nice to its crews. Oh, you gotta love this taxiway with. Oh, that's funny. All right, there's our parking spots, those nice little alcoves there. I guess that hangar is to keep maybe an alert plane or two ice free. Today's way of doing alert. All right, the only thing we didn't do was get that APU going. A couple of other things I forgot: fuel heat, which will play bigger parts here soon. And of course, getting the fuel from the reserve tanks into here. Oh well. Okay, APU's firing up. All right, generators. Leads open. Let's go ahead and chalk this thing for now.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Chocks are on.
There we have it. And stop 245. Nice flight, folks. Great time. Let's take a look here. I did not catch what or if we had a winner. Great. Great to hear. Hey, look on the bright side. You won with a 210. Landed at 136 feet per minute. Wow, I felt good with that one. Glad to hear that. Godspeed. Everything's working well. I saw Duluth Fly popped in here at the end, and hoping you all enjoyed MacDill to good old Offutt Air Force Base. I think I got everything that we need right now. Next. Okay. A few things I know I forgot. That's okay. We'll worry about that later. Oh, outflow valves. Yeah, I forgot them. But yeah, overall, I think we hit them all. I am going to continue to use the little checklist helper just to make sure we get in here next time. But anyway, great flight. Enjoyed it. I hope you all did. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. We're up against the clock a little bit, so I hope you all enjoyed that MacDill to Offutt in the aircraft you see, and our chariot awaits to take the crew once we're shut down here. All right, and you can go off, you can go off, you can go off, off, standby. All right, great flight indeed, great crowd. Thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike this great Veterans Day. Again, if you've served either in the military, Air National Guard, Reserves, or a first responder, hey, thank you for your service. Thank you for your time, sacrifices. It doesn't go unnoticed. And thank you. Thank you. Truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. We hope you all had a great day. And we will see you tomorrow on the ramp, St. Louis. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.